we'll see how this is gonna go. It is definitely morning. I am gonna try to do my best to deal with this. All right. We will definitely try to do this and see how it goes. You know, thank you. We're gonna try some highlighting and lighting work today. Well, I say try. We're gonna definitely try. I don't know how it will go, but you never know how things will go until you actually try. Don't know. I feel like I have several tones of color here. I just hope it'll work out. Gotta try to make it work. Let's do that one. Thought about doing a TikTok stream, but I'll just stick with Twitch right now. I know this is a bit chaotic, but life is chaotic. I just have to have all the sunset tones out, because sunflowers and sunsets together. It's going to be a bigger painting than I'm used to doing. Well, recently. It's going to be a bigger painting. Let's just hope that I'm going to end up with a freaking rainbow is what I'm going to end up with. And we will see how it goes, but it is early in the day, and the day is young. Not the biggest fan. I've got everything sketched out. Ow. It's just going to be one of those things. I think the background is where we need to start first. So if I'm going to have the background, I'm going to need like how a sunset looks. It's like a kind of a periwinkle. Oh, that means I got to get out some blues. Yeah, a little bit of blue, a little bit lavender. That should be fine. What do you do in your free time? I fill myself with anxiety and dread. An existential crisis. Okay, so it's gonna be like a. It's like a. Let's see how this goes. I want to say that this will be okay, but you know, we never know how it's gonna go. So this is like a bluish, purplish. At times I actually use a reference to do the background, and then I doubt my abilities. Because we're gonna have to get that like periwinkle color going. up top. And hope that it works out. It's like periwinkle to blue, and then after that it's the color of oranges and yellows. I'm just hoping I can maybe do well enough with this. They say if you take your time on something, it'll turn out a lot better. However, time is the enemy. I don't know. Food for thought. We'll see how today goes. There's no guarantee how we will do today. Let's see if the emotes are working or not on my Twitch stream. Freaking. It'd be great to know how this is supposed to work. You're supposed to be able to see the chat and interact with the chat. Well, good luck with that. It's like a bluish purple, purple, blue. Periwinkle. It's always like a periwinkle. The lavender, periwinkle kind of vibe. However, having things sketched out beforehand whenever you're working on stuff, generally a good idea to keep that kind of plan going, because sometimes not everything works out. And also, keep your brain open to mistakes that could happen. Well, your mind open to mistakes that could happen. And just kind of work with the mistakes if they do happen. It'll be like purplish kind of there. Kind of here. Sunset colors are always really pretty. I just wish I could really capture an actual like sunset coloration and do decent at it, but I don't feel like I can. Sunsets are not the easiest to capture. Nature is not the easiest to capture. That's kind of just how it is, right? Doing realism. Jag tänker jag kan capture realism. Oh, I love it. Self-doubt is a bitch. No. With the purplish and the bluish, then you go down to like transfer over to orange, And it should be an orange, and then a yellow at the bottom. Let's see if we can do this. So it's like maybe orange. Oh, geez. That is pretty bright. Okay, let's just kind of transfer over. Sunset colors. They do be colors. Not the easiest colors to master. But sometimes you just gotta make it work. Hope for the best. Have that there. I might have to like blend that in a little bit. To blend it because it's not the easiest to blend out. Not the easiest to blend out. Stay inside the lines. Good luck with staying inside the lines. Lines are just guidelines. Sometimes you color outside of them, and that's okay. Happy little accidents, right? So thrilled, accidents, so thrilled. You get that. Then you gotta do the, it's like yellow. I'm gonna have to like add more yellow to this after. I feel like this is gonna be kind of hard to master on here. Sunsets are one of those colorations that you want to get to turn out okay, but sometimes it doesn't always turn out okay. It's always like really bright at the bottom and darker up top. I'm definitely gonna try to do this and get some lighting going. You just have to try your best. That's all you can do. Nothing's gonna be perfect. That's just how art works. Sometimes people use tape and do like the whole taping off areas and making sure everything is in its place. And I'm just over here like chaotically doing this without tape anywhere. It's part of the process. It's part of the process. Trust the process. Yeah, trust the process. Okay. Good luck. trusting this process because this is a very chaotic process. You gotta trust the process, Charlie. Trust the process. Trust the process, Charlie. Oh no, Charlie. Trust the process. Yeah, well, I would trust the process more if I could get freaking sunset colors to actually work the way that they're supposed to. Because this is very much chaotic. And I feel like I'm just adding more and more like coloration to this. And not succeeding at this. Just have to get it all in there in between things. It's gonna be a hard thing to do, but you gotta do it anyways. I'm gonna have to like put streaks of like orange and stuff in here and trying my best to get some coloration going, but this is very much not easy to get sunset coloration. You gotta try to get sunset coloration. But sometimes that sunset may be a little bit not in the right place. We all make mistakes, Jimbo, in the heat of the moment. Sunset sorbet. Okay. Just have to trust the process. Trust it. And trust that you won't make a mistake, right? Okay. It's always really hard to get the coloration to cooperate. I need this to go right. It's leaning left, apparently. Damn it, Jimbo. Damn it. Just have to... Just have to make it kind of work out, I guess. This is very hard. I'm trying to get the background to go because I know that I need the background colors to kind of flow. I'm gonna have to go in and grab the cloud color. Cloud color is kind of bluish, I guess. Bluish. I want to say it's a bluish tone. Potentially. Take a risk. Do a thing. Have regrets later. Have regrets later for dessert. Sounds about right. I know I have a gray in here somewhere. Or maybe a purplish I can use. Gray. There it is. Trust the process, they say. It'll be fine, they say. Yeah, well, they said Rome would be fine too. So much for that theory, right? That's too liquidy. I need like maybe maybe purple pansy. Maybe purple pansy in there. Should be fine. We're gonna do some clouds. We're gonna need like, I'm gonna need more of like a whitish yellow on the bottom, to be fair. Is that yellow is great, but the yellow needs to be brighter at the bottom. Because if it's a sunset, you gotta have where the sun is actually kind of there, which is like kind of spread out. We'll deal with it later, I guess. I'm gonna have like the sunset. Don't know if the sun's gonna be more like bright, or if there's gonna be like that orangish hue to the sun, maybe. I feel like there'd be like a bit of an orange kind of there, but also I'm pretty sure I just fucked this up. And the theory is that I may have just fucked this up. Yeah, probably. Sunsets aren't an orange sun. That's, everyone's interpretation will be different. And that's okay. It's okay to have differences in interpretations. It's okay to have differences in what you think the color should be. You could make a sunset purple and blue and green if you wanted. You could paint a sun to be red. The sun could be blue. I know that's totally not how that works, but you know, could be colorblind. Could be colorblind. You never know. Just have to work with it. Have to work with it. Pretty sure I just fucked that up. I may need to like tone it out a bit, maybe. Note to self, I am not a professional and I don't do this as a job. This is just a hobby. Please seek an actual professional for advice for professionalism. Thank you. Not sponsored by Odyssey Corporation. It's okay. It's just kind of a learning process here. I feel like I should add in white. I get paint all over my arms and hands and stuff. Probably. No people talking in the chat. Just me, myself, and I. And we're kinda crazy. And we gotta do the clouds, which is gonna be interesting. Can the chatters have some conversation? It would be very much appreciated if there were conversation in the chat. Maybe some gray to the purple, purple to gray, gray to the purple. Kind of there. Alright. And it's just like, oh, it's got like pink highlights. So you got the darker up top. But I feel like I should like fan that out and stuff. I'm not the best at realism here. I'm trying to do realism, and this is just a bit of a stretch. Just a bit of a stretch. also gotta do a little bit of the pink highlights. Do that pink in there. It's not easy adding highlights of things. Sometimes you gotta do it and try and make it work. The background is always like really hard to get that coloration on. You can try, and you can try. Then you gotta add in a bit of the highlights. The very bottom. Have that kind of coloration. To get a cloud going. Sometimes a cloud coloration can be a bit of a hassle, but that's okay. And then a little bit of the back. Then more of the pink highlights underneath. Kind of. You can go back in and do like little details. There. What do you do for fun? Well, I exhaust my artistic ability trying to do some realism from time to time. That's what I do. That sounds fun. Really? No. Trying to do the things you do. I'm gonna go back in and do a bit of a cloud up here. I have that cloud coverage over here. I know, it's so dramatic, right? A little dramatic cloud work over here. Clouds being dramatic. Dramatic clouds, oh no. Dramatic clouds, right? I'll try to get the clouds to be less dramatic, right? I'll try and get that go in there. I'm mixing the pink. Apparently we just don't have enough pink, right? Gotta have that pink mixed in just a little bit. I don't know how well this is gonna go. It's already not great. That's just kind of how it is, right? Sometimes you do things and you try things out to see if they'll actually work. Sometimes they don't turn out the way you want it to. Then you get frustrated and you get upset and you feel like you want to quit. But that is kind of just how life be sometimes. Sometimes you want to give up and quit. But we have to remind ourselves, you don't always have to give up. Sometimes you just need to take a break, take a step back, and hope that things work out. So if we all gave up, we'd never know what happens. You just have to make it work. Lighting is one of those things that's kind of frustrating. It'll always remain really frustrating. Lighting is definitely tricky. You can't always get it right, but you can try. Let me see what I can do. I need to do like flowers, but I also need to get the background in. And if we're gonna do that background coloration, well, we're gonna do that like, it's like a kind of brownish color over in the background. Not really sure how this is gonna turn out because I've never done like a scenic thing in the background besides just the sunset. But sometimes that's okay. It's okay to try new things. I have to do that muted tone because the background's a muted tone. So you have to do like, well, I wouldn't say it's a muted tone, I'd say it's more like it's one of those tones that you just try really hard to get. Can't always get it. It's a coloration I don't really understand, but sometimes you don't have to understand it. You just have to try to work with it and do it. There. Grayish. And then go do the darker areas kind of out front because it gets darker as it goes closer to here. So we gotta try to make sure. This will be sort of dark, but not super dark. It's just one of those colorations that you're gonna try to do. Now, I'm not Bob Ross, I am not Leonardo da Vinci, I'm not Pablo Picasso. I'm just a person that is trying their best to paint. And I can try really hard to get the coloration okay on this. But at the same time, I need some darker coloration as well. I may have to just do like a brown tone with the green in order to get that darker amount, you know, like a black in there. A little bit of black, never hurt anyone. I'm gonna try to do the green and the brown, a little bit of black in there. That should be relatively the tone you want to go for. I'm gonna have to like, oh boy. Yeah, it should be good. You just have to like keep the tone even. At the same time, gonna have to make some darker colors at the bottom. Yep, gonna have to do more brownish towards the bottom. Yep, the brown tones coming in towards the bottom. Gotta trust ourselves, right? Good luck with that one too, because trust is hard for a lot of people to do all the time. darker coloration. Because we have to try to even out darker. I'll have to like okay. Keep that there. Sometimes when you're starting off, it's not always going to look really pretty. That's okay. It does not have to be a masterpiece right off the bat. And if anyone says it has to be right off the bat, then they're lying to you and they don't know what they're talking about and they don't know art. Because nothing starts off as a masterpiece. I'll take small steps to get to where we are. Sometimes those small steps take a really long time too. You just gotta keep trying your best. That's what you have. I know this seems a bit chaotic at the moment. That's okay. Oh geez, there's messages and they're not showing up. Hold on. I just now noticed that there are chat messages popping up on my stream thing. However, my stream thing is not picking them up, and other people told me I could just use the Streamlabs to use the chat messages. Apparently, that is not the case. So, I am a little bit perturbed at that. Great. I've got to go back into Twitch and mute this. I've been waiting for this moment for 10 minutes. I like joining your stream and saying random things. Ah, okay. Sorry, my thing was supposed to notify me that I was getting chat messages. So no, I will not be using my frickin' Streamlabs to keep track of the chat. This is why I have Twitch going on like an actual stream thing and not just a Streamlabs by itself. That's fucking bullshit. Sorry, I'm a little bit I'm a little bit peeved at that because it was supposed to work and people keep wondering why do you always have like Streamlabs and Twitch open at the same time for streaming? Because my Streamlabs is shit. That is why. My Streamlabs is kind of shit. It makes me pissed off. Also, I want to like be able to do this and not get peeved off at my freaking app extension stuff. I was doing the painting stuff, and I didn't even notice that there were people in chat because my Streamlabs app was supposed to notify me and had the chat box thing open, and it did not notify me. So people that have been talking in the chat, I didn't get your messages till now because the only reason I noticed that there were messages in the chat was because my Streamlabs has the video screen for the like preview of what the stream looks like, and then has the chat boxes up on the corner where I could see the chat messages that pop up in chat on my stream. However, the stream is so tiny that that is also why I keep my Twitch open whenever I'm streaming on Streamlabs and stuff, because contrary to popular belief, I need to wear glasses and I just don't like wearing them. So yeah, I'm a little bit upset at that. I'm upsetty spaghetti at the chat. Not the chat people, just the chat app thing extension bullshit. Sorry, I just noticed there were chat messages and I'm just over here going, son of a bitch. It can be very, very frustrating. Now people are probably going to think I was ignoring them, and I wasn't ignoring people, I just didn't get the notifications on my stream. I was waiting for my Streamlabs to notify me that I had messages in the chat, and no, Streamlabs decided to be a dum-dum and not notify me. So I'm a little bit. That's where I am with that, 'cause bull. Can't anything go right today? So I'm just kind of existing and hoping that my existence is at least worth it. I am not a happy camper at the freaking stream. Streamlabs, you done fucked up. I gotta clean out these brushes. I know this is gonna look really bad because I'm just kind of doing this. So now I feel dumb because if anyone, just lovely, so lovely. Okay. Alright, there's that. Now, what am I gonna do? Well, I'm gonna try and contemplate why I'm existing! Aggravated is an overstatement. Just a little bit angry. Okay. Now we're gonna try to do this. Okay, I'm gonna start from the top down. Oh, we actually need to do the background stuff too. That's dumb. Okay, we're gonna need like a little bit of that kind of. You'll have to have like the. So hopefully now I can actually see the chat and not have issues. Would be fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. The chat could work. Instead of not work. Okay. So. And try to get this to work out. And it's Thumper. Just not really sure, like. Go. This is not gonna turn out the best because I've not ever done like a whole scene in the back. the best at trying to get lighting done and realism bullshit. I've actually never been on a Ferris wheel or at a fair. Never gotten to actually experience that. And there's lots of people that have like gone to carnivals or fairs and have gotten to experience them. And I'm just over here like, how does that work? Just gotta keep things relatively there. I'll have to add in like highlights and stuff after a bit. Because it's a tint, you're gonna have that kind of. Smell the popcorn and marshmallows from here. You can hear the carnival music playing. I did not mean for myself to not be able to see the chat messages. So yeah, that kind of really ticked me off. There's that. So that was definitely not something I wanted to experience today. Anybody else have chat not working on a 2024 bingo? No? Okay. Gotta have like the highlight in there. That was super annoying. I know that this is not going to look the best right now. It's always the start out phases that don't look how it's supposed to look. Trust the process. Trust the process gets in trouble later. God dang it! You told me to trust the process. I know, but you know, instructions unclear. Phallic and toaster. Everybody's supposed to trust the process sometimes, but sometimes that process can end up with repercussions. And luckily, there are no cooldown times on the You just got paint on you, didn't you? Yeah, kind of. That's kind of a thing. I'm trying to add in the highlights because it's supposed to be like kind of a highlight area. I don't think I'm gonna get this. This is like, I know I'm supposed to just trust the process, but at this point I'm trusting the process a little too much. You just have to trust yourself. Good luck. Trusting myself gets me in trouble. This is Ferris wheel. Then we gotta get the, yeah, this is definitely gonna be a process. Trust the process. I'm trying. I'm trying really hard to trust the process. But every time I trust your process sends me in jail. God dang. You thought that was bad? You should have seen the winter of '95. There we go. What else do we need to do? Like some highlighting, some shadows. Kind of shadow that. I don't know how well this is gonna end up. You just gotta have the shadow down here. Did I ever mention I have very bad depth perception, so trying to do depth is really hard. No? Okay, cool. Well, there's a first time for everything, right? Getting the background is the first part. It's not an easy part, but it's a part. It's not a part I want to deal with. Alright. Now we just have to take black. Maybe like little flags, maybe. Might have like little flags. Am I supposed to be okay at doing realism? Because I'm not. There we go. No, chat. I'm still here. How does this look? Well, it looks like a painting. Oh, jeez. Realism, not my strong suit. I'm gonna go on the sobbing bus because this is gonna be pain, painstakingly pain, and more pain and pain accessories. Gonna do that. Some do the tones on the sunflowers. Gonna be a bit more darkened in front. You just gotta trust the process. Well, this process is kind of killing me. I'll be okay. I say that, and then I question my life decisions. I don't know how long that's gonna go. I just have to trust the process. Good luck, because this is very much chaotic. It may not be good chaotic. It might be not okay chaotic. No one ever said that painting is easy, right? If they did, they lied to you. If they did, they lied to you. Who sent them? Alright, I have to be like. You just have to go here. How to be an artist. Just step 1. Make art. That is all. There are no other steps. Just do the art. That's all there is to it. Just try. Just try and make art. There you go. You're an artist. You make stories and poems. Congratulations. You're an artist. You exist and you just draw a little bit. You doodle a little bit. Congratulations. You're an artist. You write stories. You're an artist. You use AI. You're not an artist. Sorry, I've got a vendetta against people who use AI because it steals from actual artists. I don't like using AI. There you go. You commission an artist to make you art. Congratulations, you're a good person. Commission an actual artist to make you art. It's that simple. So this whole thing. I don't know how well I'm going to do at this, but I am definitely giving it a shot and trying. It's shot in the dark. What did you do? I painted it in the dark, apparently. That's what we got. I'm trying very hard to have confidence in myself right now. And this is turning out to have very low confidence here. Because this lighting, I've got to try to do this. It's just not. It's not the easiest. You know why they're called sunflowers? Because they reminded people of the sun by the shape of the petals reaching out from how the flower is. However, they're also known as sunflowers because they constantly face the direction that the sun is shining. So whenever their petals and their middle part are open, they tend to gravitate towards the sun. But when there is no sunlight, sunflowers will turn towards each other and see each other as the sun. So it's pretty neat when you think about it. Sunflowers will consider each other the sun. You need a positive inspiration, a positive uplifting nature thing. Congratulations. Now you know. Sunflowers view each other as being full of sunlight. There's your bit of positivity today. If you needed something wholesome to think about. Sees good artwork from random artists. Amazing. I love all the details. How'd you even get the hand to look so realistic? I used AI. I raised his hand to get a police officer to them. This artist here, officer, they used AI for their art while everyone else is using their hands, fingers, and brains. Sir, do you realize that is a federal offense? But I just want to use the hands. That's all. That is still a federal offense. You will be looking at least 33 years in Alcatraz. Yeah, I'm sorry, but like, I just don't really agree with people using AI. Like, I know some people are like, oh, but I'm not an artist and I can't draw. It's called either commissioning someone to make you art, or you can do this thing that I know is very, very, it's very primitive in behavior, but it's called, you pick up a pencil, you put that pencil in some paper, and you start making lines and shapes, and eventually those lines and shapes turn into art. Or you could just throw a splat of paint on paper and get paid thousands of dollars for it, because apparently that's the world we live in, and people that spend hundreds of hours on something versus someone just throwing a bucket of paint at a canvas. Because there are a bunch of people that think, oh, I'll just throw this splattered paint here, and then bam, I'm an artist. And I'm just over here like, why can't I do that? Well, you could. Yeah, but then it looked like crap. Well, you know, you never know. Unless you try. I can cut you. There's that. I'm just existing and trying to get this freaking painting to actually turn into a painting and look realistic, but it's not easy, and I feel like I'm messing up. Are you talking about learning? That is heresy. How dare you speak of learning in my household? Officer, this streamer wants to corrupt my children. No, I'm trying to. I thought about teaching art at one point. I thought about it. I thought about teaching art at one point, and then I realized I don't have the patience to put up with people. So, so I just decided, no, I'm good. I'm not going to be an art teacher, because then I'd actually have to critique people and be nice about it. What do you think of this drawing? What's your drawing supposed to be? It's a person. Oh, it's a person. Oh, I couldn't tell. Oh, can't you see? There's his eyes, there's his nose, there's his mouth, there's all the features I was supposed to have in the project. Uh-huh. It's great, but at the same time, I think there could be a bit more you could do to this. What, is that good enough? No. It's the fact that you need a little bit more help than I can provide. And I do not have the patience to do this right now. But I thought I did really good. See, that's the difference between you and your teacher. You thought you did really well. However, I think you need to improve yourself. Hence why I'm not an art teacher. I actually thought about being a teacher too at one point. What led me away was the fact that children nowadays have no idea how to do basic math at grade 7. So for me, I thought about doing like art teacher and stuff like that because I thought, oh, I can teach kids how to have fun with art and how to enjoy art the same way I do. And then I realized that a lot of them tend to be very, very, very much kind of like little a-holes about everything. Or they are really rude towards you. And I don't know, I feel like I don't have the patience needed to do things at times. Like, I get it, I should be more patient or more understanding, but there's sometimes I don't have time to deal with how the personalities and attitudes are. Because there's some people you encounter and their attitude towards you is just like, I'm not going to listen to you because I know better than the teacher. And I'm just over here going, hon, I have a degree, you do not. We're not going to be doing this. My mom would tell you, you just need to listen to me. Your mom needs to go to therapy, is what I think. I'm telling my mom you said that. Well, you go ahead, tell your mom. I don't care. I don't care if I get fired. This job does not pay me enough. This job does not pay me enough to deal with the antics, bullshit, and attitude that you are giving me right now. So you can either sit down, shut up, and do your work, or you can go back home to your parents and have them teach you how to do art because I do not get paid enough to deal with you. That's what I feel like it would end up being. Be like, I don't get paid enough for this bullshit. I don't. I don't even get paid for this. Wait, we're getting paid to teach kids? Not enough to get supplies for your classroom, apparently. Do you know why most schools have, like, school lists for back to school? It's because most of the teachers can't even afford to get classroom supplies for their kids. And so they have to rely on the parents having the kids get a school list for what the class may need, because sometimes the teachers can't afford to supply the class. So they have to rely on the parents. Sunflowers. Can you paint them? Well, this will be my second time ever painting a sunflower, so let's hope I can paint a sunflower, right? But yeah, sunflowers are interesting. Do you know that sunflower tattoos symbolize that you are always constantly striving for a more positive side of things? And that people with sunflower tattoos value the positive in life? And try to see the brighter side of things. It also shows, like, people that value growth and transformation. I say that and I have a sunflower tattoo on my thigh. I got it as one of my, I think, second or third tattoos. It was a memorial for my grandma. Because sunflowers were a thing that she would grow in the flower beds in the flower garden. And we would sit there every summer as the sun was setting, and we would just watch the finches eat the sunflower seeds out of the sunflowers. We just sit there and enjoy, and it was just one thing we'd always share every summer. It was like a summer tradition we would do, just watching birds eat the sunflower seeds. And we just sit there on the porch and listen to the wind going through the tree. You just watch the clouds passing by, and the sun would start setting, and the finches would just start landing on all the sunflowers, and you'd hear the little and then they would just eat the little, and they'd go and get the sunflower seeds out of the sunflowers, and it would just, you'd sit there and just enjoy being outside and enjoy the weather and nature. Sorry, I get a bit, I guess, sentimental. I'm gonna have to like that and then do some. It's just a nice memory to have. And then it just reminds me that I don't get to enjoy that kind of stuff anymore. But I can make paintings that are that kind of thing. Yeah, it's one of my happy memories with her. She's been gone 11 years now. It was really sad. She was getting older. She was 93 years old. We had just celebrated her 93rd birthday, and then her mental health started declining. She started forgetting who people were. She started getting really, really upset about taking a shower or taking care of herself, and she would fight us on it. And eventually it got to a point that as a family we just weren't able to take care of her anymore. And we tried. We tried our best. We even tried to do modifications to the house. We tried really hard because we didn't want her to ever end up in a home. We didn't want her to end up in a nursing home. It was one of her requests whenever she was cognitive and able to actually be mentally sane. Well, as sane as you can be. But one of her requests was that she'd never end up in a home. And unfortunately, you can only do so much, especially when you're not qualified or able to handle those kind of situations. You can only handle as much as you're capable of. And sometimes you have to do what is necessary. It's not always pleasant, and it's not always something you are happy about. And it can be very, very upsetting and can even make you really sad because there's not a lot you can do. But she ended up having to be put in a nursing home, and the nursing home wasn't the greatest place for her, but it was something we had to do. We tried fixing up the house while she was in the nursing home and hoped that one day she'll be back home and she'll be okay. Maybe she'll get better and they can hopefully help her. But it got to a point where she started forgetting who we were. She started developing dementia. And dementia, if you've ever had to deal with loved ones or even people in a nursing home with dementia or Alzheimer's, it's a cognitive memory loss. And it's where your brain essentially just kind of starts to forget things and you no longer are yourself. Your brain essentially rots away. And you eventually just lose all brain function whenever it gets to the very end. But we tried everything we could, and we tried really hard to get her to remember us. I didn't like having to visit her in a nursing home because she didn't want to be in a nursing home. Every time we'd visit, she would just ask us when she gets to go home, why she left in a place with doctors, and oh, that nurse is really cute. You think he knows I like him? And, it's funny, but it was also hard. Because, it's a loved one. And it's not always easy to watch someone you love no longer be the same person. You think, oh, they're still the same person. They've got to be the same person, right? I know this person. They just don't know me. I will be right back. But basically, it got to a point where she was no longer able to remember who I was. About 2 months, maybe 3 months in to her stay at the nursing home, she no longer remembered I was her granddaughter. It was no longer something she could comprehend. She barely remembered me. And, well, sometimes it can be very painful. Especially when it's someone you love. Or a loved one that you think remembers you. It was hard. Then one day, it was like February. Yeah, it was February 20th. 2013. We had just got home from church, and my grandma had been getting sicker and sicker, and I was at church, and I thought, okay, well, I trust God because God heals, and God will make her better, and God cures sickness, and God does all these amazing things, and so I have to keep my faith in God, and I believe that He can heal her, and et cetera, et cetera. And so, me being 11 years younger, so 20 years old, well, almost 20, it would have been like 19 going on 20. Me being the 19, almost 20-year-old I was, and being very, very secure in my faith, I sat there in the church service because I knew she had gotten sick with pneumonia and was in the hospital. And I thought to myself, and I sat there and I thought, and I'm like, okay, I just gotta trust that everything will work out, right? It should, it's supposed to. So I just have to pray, because they say prayer fixes everything, right? That's what they tell me. So I did what I was taught to do. And I prayed. And I sat there and I just kind of talked with God, and I was just like, hey God, it's me. I know. You probably have tons of other emails that you're answering right now. And I know that you probably deal with a lot, just in general. And I get it. I'm one person, and my prayers are, well, they're prayers. And if you get this message, well, I just kind of hope that you hear me out. I know that my grandma's sick right now, and I know that she's not doing the best. And I know you are a mighty God, and that you can heal anyone and anything. And you can make people better within a matter of moments. So I'm asking you, and if you'll listen to my prayer, if you'll listen and do something, anything. And if it comes down to it and you have to take her so that she doesn't suffer anymore, I understand. I understand that that has to happen. So if it's her time, take her home. I won't complain, because I don't want to see her hurting anymore. And I'd much rather she be okay. And so if you're listening, just, do what you do, and just make my grandma better. If you can answer my prayer, that would be great. If not, I understand. Again, thanks for everything you've done. Anyways, that's all I got for now right now. So, amen. And that's how I did my prayer. Just talk to him like you're talking to a friend, and leaving an email, leaving a freaking message on an answering machine because he's freaking in the universe. But so I left that. There at church, and then I got home. I got home that night. We had just gotten home from church, and I go to put my stuff in my room, and my older brother comes up to me, and he says, Erica, you're gonna need to sit down. Why? We got a phone call from the hospital about Grandma. Is she okay? She okay? Like, did she get to come? Did she get better? Did she get to come home? Because, like, I prayed for her to get better, so she's better, right? You're gonna need to sit down. Why? Grandma's. She's gone. She's gone, Erica. What do you mean Grandma's gone? Like, she went back to the nursing home? She's coming home? Like, she's gone out of the hospital and now she gets to come home, right? No. She's dead. She's no longer with us. She's no longer in pain. And I stood there. I said, no. No. No, you're lying. You're lying. She can't be gone. People said that prayer would work. They said that if I prayed, then Grandma would get better. They said that if I prayed, she'd get better. His response was that, yeah, she's better. She's no longer in pain. She's no longer suffering. She's just gone. So I just kind of sat there and I went, great. So me praying essentially just kind of made it to where my grandma's no longer with us. I prayed and this is what happened. And then it got to the day that we actually had to go and do the process of holding her funeral. And it was an open casket. And I sat there and I thought to myself, she's not gone. She's not gone. She's just sleeping. She's just sleeping. It's just sleeping. She's just sleeping. She's just sleeping and she's just really, 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 really deep sleep. And that's what it is. It's just a very deep sleep. She'll wake up eventually. She's gotta. She's just sleeping. It's just sleeping. And it's one of those things you never really are super prepared for. Yeah, I still have some good memories of her. I just also have things I haven't fully come to terms with. Because it's hard for me to think to myself that someone's no longer actually here. I keep hoping that maybe one day it'll all just be a bad dream. That it was just a bad dream. hoping that maybe one day we'll get a phone call from the nursing home. And they'll say, oh, hey, she's better, but she's actually coming home. But, you know, denial is a stage of grief, and losing someone is never easy. And deep down, I know she's not coming home. Because that's just part of it. It's just not something that's easy to come to terms with. Hold on, I need to go get a Kleenex. Yeah. Yeah, I know. The best way to look at it is that you never truly lose someone because you always have the memories that you shared with them, even if they were short-lived. No matter how much time you spent with them, it still counts. There used to be a old Bible song thing that we'd listen to, and a part of it was that when you see the stars, you'll know it's a hello from me to you, and we'll be found forever, Jesus and you and me. He ties our hearts together, and friends will always be. Yeah, and in Latino cultures, when it comes to like honoring the dead and never forgetting someone who passed, you generally have like Dia de los Muertos, which Dia de los Muertos is not Halloween. Some people like to do the whole sugar skulls and oh, it's fun, happy, spooky time. It's essentially Mexico's Halloween. No, it's literally honoring the days that you honor those that have passed, and you build them like a memorial. You do things that you would have remembered doing with them. You leave out food so that if they're hungry on their way back from visiting from the afterlife, they have food that they can take back with them. Preferably things that they loved and were their favorite. You make them their favorite drink, or you leave them their favorite snack. You also leave them water in case they're thirsty from their long journey. And then you tell stories and stuff about what things they did, things that you remember about them so that their memory lives on. And you just kind of keep them alive in your heart. And then eventually, one of the reasons why they leave out like all the marigolds and the flower petals on the ground is so that the loved ones can find their way back via the path of flowers. But it's 3 days where the veil is thinnest between the living and the dead, and it's November 2nd through November 4th. It's the days after Halloween. It is not to be confused with Halloween. There's Halloween and then there's Dia de los Muertos. Dia de los Muertos takes place in November, which is November 2nd through November 4th. And Dia de los Muertos is whenever people take the first day to light candles so that they can see the way, and then after they light the candles, putting down the flower petals so that they can find their way back home. Then after you've done that, day 2, you leave out their favorite snacks and their favorite foods so they can have fun things to take back with them. And then they can have you also have like a party kind of remembering them. You make their favorite foods, you share stories about them. Then on the 3rd day, you go ahead and you grab like a drink or water, so in case they're thirsty, you've at least like grabbed things you remember them drinking and stuff. Some people leave out like alcohol and cerveza or tequila, or some people leave out like things like Modelo, or it just depends on what their preference was when they were alive. For me, I generally leave out some coffee or cafe. I leave out coffee because my grandma's big thing was always having a really big, or a few cups of dark roast coffee. Just plain coffee, no sugar, no cream, straight black coffee. But has to be like dark roast. Has to be strong dark roast. The bitter, the better. That was her thing, was having a bunch of coffee. And so I'll leave out some fresh coffee for her. And then I'll leave out like a picture of her, one of the pictures that I have of her. And then I'll go ahead and light some incense and light a candle or a couple candles, line up some rocks and flowers. I don't usually do it at her grave because I live too far away from her grave. But I leave out that stuff, and I leave out a few snacks. I make her some gingerbread and sugar cookies and stuff. She was a big fan of gingerbread, also molasses and circus peanuts. So usually if I can, I'll find the candy that she liked and I'll get her some candy. And that's just kind of what I do. But we all have different traditions and different things we do to remember loved ones. I'm gonna have to do more of the red and orange stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff I remember. There's even ghost stories that my grandma told us about, like ghost encounters she had. It was really cool. Kind of creepy, but kind of cool. Still sort of creeps me out to this day. Because we lived on that property, so I'm just like, ghost stories? Why not? Some haunted ghost stories out here. Spooky time. We'll do some ghost stories. What do you say? You up for some ghost stories? Nah. So, my grandma, she was originally from Arkansas. I won't hide that. But we're also indigenous. And we just happen to live on what is a remainder of the Trail of Tears. That's some backstory and back information in case you need to know where the context of the story is coming from. So, Trail of Tears being a mass genocide area that happened to the indigenous, and a lot of indigenous lost their lives. It was a genocide of the indigenous peoples. And since the Trail of Tears was a mass genocide and a trail that the indigenous were forced on, that is the area that we had lived on. For context. Now, my grandma, whenever she had finally moved out of Arkansas and moved to Missouri, well, she got a house pretty far out of town in the woods area kind of place out there. And it was a few years after she married my grandpa, and they had finally had some kids. She had her kids kind of in the front room of that house, and they were just kind of laying down, playing on a blanket, quilt in the living room. So she goes outside to do with the laundry because she thinks, okay, I'm gonna go do the laundry. The kids are gonna behave. Kids will be fine by themselves because they're able to support themselves, etc., etc. So she goes outside to hang up the laundry, and she starts hearing a baby crying. So confused, she goes back in the house, and she goes to check on the babies and the kids. Well, she had a 2-year-old and an infant at the time. So she goes to check in on the kids. The kids are fine. Kids are asleep. They're sleeping on the blanket. Well, like, they're sleeping on the blanket in the living room. So she's like, okay, that's odd. So she goes back outside. And she continues to hang up the laundry. And again, starts to hear that sound. And hears a baby crying. So she's like, this just can't be right. My kids have got to be okay, right? So she goes back in and check on the kids. Kids are sound asleep on the blanket. There's no trace of a baby crying. There's no baby crying. There's no actual IRL baby that is freaking out. So yeah, that's a little bit weird. So she finishes out the laundry and just goes back inside and stays with her kids. And she doesn't ever hear that baby crying again. And she could never figure out where that baby crying came from. So that's a fun experience. The ghosts just like to screw with people. Yeah, it was weird. I think there might be a logical explanation for it. I feel like there might be a logical explanation for this. Jinkies. No. I think there might be an animal. Okay, but that's an Australian bird. That's not a Missouri bird. So there's two animals it could have been. It could have either been a fox or it could have been a bunny, but I don't think it was either of those. However, in the dark, porcupines can sound like babies. But this wasn't during the dark, this was during the day. So I don't know what to say. I don't know. I'm just trying to like gauge the area we grew up in, and it's like, nope, neither of those things are in the area. Okay, cool. Just gonna remain a mystery, I guess. Granted, that was back in like the 1940s, I want to say. So it could have been an animal that no longer is a resident of that area because of migrating patterns and stuff. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you because now I'm just over here going, cool. Phantasmic. Interesting. But yeah, it looks like we still just will not know what it was, and it's still a mystery. Congratulations. The ghost mystery. What was the ghost sound, and was it actually a ghost? That's fine. The area was known for having a bunch of supernatural activity anyways. We're good. It's fine. Mythbusters will not be able to solve this. They might, actually. I don't know. I feel like they might be able to. I feel like I can never get the lighting right on the sunflowers. Just doesn't. I feel like I can't. I don't know. I'm over here trying to get the lighting of a sunflower, and I feel like I'm just kind of existing at this point. Could just like rotate camera just a little bit. Yeah, this should be fine. I'll rotate a little more. And then you can see me actually working on the painting. It's like, it might help if I rotate that. No, it's fine. I feel like I messed up the sunset part of it, but that's just me. I'm very critical of myself right now. I'm over here trying really hard to like make a realistic sunflower, and realism is not my strong suit. It's very much not my strong suit, actually. Realism is one of those things where I'm just like, is this realistic enough? No? Cool. It doesn't help that I have no depth perception! Ah! I don't know why, but hearing someone say rotate reminds me of a shark that got rotated on its nose when it tried to get close to a diver. Huh, interesting. There's that. And we'll go ahead and throw that in there. Over here, trying my best to exist. I know this looks really rough right now, but I will have to go over this with like a paint pen afterwards. I got a couple. And I'll be able to adjust that and get it more cleaner lines. But right now we're just kind of filling in all of this. getting a background color essentially, and getting like, it's essentially like you're not doing the line work yet, but you're doing the coloration and stuff first, so that whenever you go to actually put the color line art stuff, you would yeah, it's hard for me to explain. English is dumb. This is hard for me to explain because I'm trying to be like, yeah, you do this, this, and this, and then this happens, and then you bam, there, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I don't know how to explain this. I can't simplify it. This is how I do things. I tried to do like a carnival thing in the background, and I don't know. Lighting is not my strong suit. Lighting is not my strong suit, and I'm trying really hard to just kind of paint this as best as I can. I feel like I'm failing horribly at this. That's what I feel like. There we go. So I'm trying to get the coloration to work out. This is just not how I envision this. Can I get this to work out? From my angle, the painting looks great. Lighting is tough, but looks great so far. Yeah, I'm not the best with lighting and stuff. I try. I just realized that's gonna be a green, not a yellow. My bad. I may have just goofed a little. It's fine. We're just gonna go back in here and try our best to just ignore that we just fucked up, kinda. This is fine. I just have to. Yeah, lighting is never easy. trying to let someone know this is why I'm not responding. Alright, I got the green. So you need an easel. I know I need an easel. It's not easy to get an easel. Also, where the fuck am I gonna fit an easel? Where am I gonna fit an easel? You think I can just easily fit that in my room? I cannot easily fit an easel in my room. Crazy. Need to use a green. Try to get a green going. I also haven't finished like the green on there. I haven't finished the flower petals on there either. I keep getting distracted because I'm like, I could add this in. Or I should add this. And this doesn't have like the line art done yet. Not yet. I still need to do the line art. Should have. Do like a little bit of highlighting in here. Because it needs to be where the sun would be hitting it. Because sunlight would be hitting that. Depth perception, what's that? People have that? You mean to tell me I was supposed to be perceiving depth? What? What the hell? What are you talking about? I know it looks like I'm like doing this with a pen, but this is a paintbrush. I am literally painting, like with actual paint and stuff. If you've ever painted before, you will know that this is not an easy task. I am using an actual paintbrush for this. Had that experience. Yeah, I I am using an actual paintbrush. I don't do paintings super often. I don't do art like with painting very super often, but I don't know. I feel like painting isn't really my thing. I feel like painting isn't my thing. That's why I'm just like, eh, it's just a thing I do. Just a thing I do from time to time. Not like we painted murals in high school art club and then painted the school mascot and then painted all the props for drama and did the backdrops and anyways. I also did like window painting in the winter, and we would go and paint businesses. But no, I have zero experience. I just paint realism sometimes, not all the time. It's not my strong suit. I just dabble a little bit. I just dabble from time to time. And if you just heard something pop, don't worry about it. That was just my shoulder. I snap, crackle, and pop. Totally not like Pyro is an artist genius or anything. Yeah, totally not extra doubt. Like it's a button mashing event. That's fine. I'm used to my body snap, crackling, and popping. It's just part of issues I deal with. Feel like no matter how much I do stuff, wait, you do art? Curiosity peaks. Goes through, dig through BK's portfolio. Used to. Why don't you? Do you have doubt in yourself or something? Self-doubt, confidence, school and uni. Well, don't give up on yourself. I'm not a confident artist, so there's that. And also, self-doubt is just kind of a part of every artist experience. It's what motivates us to keep going and try and improve. If you don't have self-doubt, sometimes then you don't ever improve. Because sometimes, even though it's not good to be a critic of yourself, sometimes being a critic of yourself can actually be beneficial, because then you strive to always try to improve and always try to grow and get better. And without growth, there's no art transformation. Because even though we can doubt ourselves and be the worst critics of ourselves, sometimes that little voice that's there that's being a jackass to us can sometimes be helpful and keep us going as an artist. But don't ever give up on yourself, because you're the only one that's supporting you in your journey. Besides, you can just doodle. Doodle's always good. Nothing wrong with doodling. Doodle a diddle. A diddly diddle. Well, diddly diddly doodly doodle. Doodle. Diddly doodle. That, I don't see how Ned Flanders does that. Has to be like that. I was gonna probably do Minecraft after I finish this. Well, probably do lunch, then Minecraft. But first things first, we're definitely gonna try to get some true, though sometimes I look at my family members and see that only one person is the artist and try to be as good as them, while not knowing how to even do eyes or draw a proper head. School's never taught me how to art. I could probably show you how to do that. So basically, if I try to do a verbal explanation, I'm going to make really bad mistakes. Basically, when you're doing a head, the head is going to be about the size of the hand. Well, that's not entirely correct. Basically, You can study human skulls. I know, look up skulls, study the shape of a skull. Basically, lots of reference images of like human heads and skulls, and just practice essentially start off practicing what the skulls look like and what the head looks like to you, and just do some sketches of like skull studies. Then try to flesh it out. Try to sketch your own skulls without references after that. And then just kind of experiment and give it a chance. That's all you really can do. Like without drawing examples or showing you via like visuals, the only other option I can say is just do studies of skulls. And as for eyes, same thing. Just try to draw eyes by looking at an image of an eye. If you have to, you can take a picture of your eye, take some photos of your eyes, and then just kind of like try to sketch out what you see. And try to fill in the proper shape of like how the eye is shaped, the pupil and everything. And I'm probably not helping with explaining this the way I am. Because I'm a very visual person, so I'd have to like draw examples in order to be able to give a good example. But here's the thing, you don't have to draw a proper head, you don't even have to draw a realistic head. You can draw a cartoonified blob with eyes, and bam, there you go, you've drawn something. It does not have to be perfect, it does not have to be a Mona Lisa. I mean, you can use a coloring book with skulls in it. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Anything helps. We all start somewhere. Just don't give up on yourself. Ma'am, why do you feel it is adamant that you be demanding right now? Do you not have enough attention? Did I not give you enough attention? Because I was pretty sure I gave you enough attention. So you're gonna jump up in the window? Is that what we're gonna do, ma'am? Jump up in the window? I didn't plan on streaming today, but I kind of wanted to paint, and I figured, man, what the hell are you doing? I wanted to paint, and I kind of figured if I was painting, I might as well just share that. Conversate and share painting. I never got to go to fairs or carnivals growing up. I actually never have been. It's like one thing I haven't experienced. I've never even seen a carousel in person either. I have a painting of a carousel horse on my wall that I did, but I've actually never seen a carousel or carousel horse in person. So I'm just kind of over here. You're fine. It's not super hard, and don't get too frustrated at yourself. If you mess up a bit and you feel like you haven't done good enough, take a break, take a step back, breathe, and come to it a different time. It does not have to be perfect your first time, and we all start somewhere. Hell, Da Vinci started like somewhere in sketch work as well. And if you see Da Vinci's like childhood drawings, you would probably be like, oh dear God, he was an artist? Yes, he was an artist. Like I said, we all start somewhere. And I'll tell you what, we were all children once, and sometimes children don't draw the best, and sometimes children draw things that make you question what the hell is wrong with life. But c'est la vie. It happens. Hold on, I'm gonna grab my other wrist brace real quick, because I'm gonna show you a little experiment you can do sometimes. So I'm ambidextrous. This is gonna be fun. I wanna fuck up my painting. I'm ambidextrous, so I can use either hand for art or whatever I need to. So if I wanted to, which I'm gonna show you, I'm not the best with my left hand. Nope. No siree, am not. But it doesn't mean I won't try. Now, I do not have another canvas this size, and whatever I do on this canvas is permanent, unless I go over it with another bunch of paint. But I know this may cause a little bit of anxiety, because nobody's seen me paint with my left hand, because you always see me using my right hand. But I'm gonna demonstrate something when it comes to this. Random child draws 4 people, one of them shadow figure with the name. Jeez. It is okay to use the hand that you're not familiar with using. Trying to do like a non-dominant hand is fine, especially if you wanted to try something new. There's kind of an art theory / scientific study that was done, and it's that the right side of the brain, which controls the left hand, is what visualizes the shapes and colors and stuff. And sometimes the artists that most really famous artists that you know of in history were all left-handed, which Catholic Church didn't really like that. But most artists that are super famous tend to have a pattern of being left-handed. So if you're left-handed, congratulations, you have a higher probability of being a famous artist. I'm ambidextrous, so I've got half a chance. I've got half a chance here. But my point is, it is okay to use the hand you're not familiar with. Maybe a little bit harder sometimes. Maybe a little bit slower. I'm right-handed, I have 0 chance. So, did you never have art classes in school? Okay, well, when I had art classes, because I liked to take as many art classes as I could, because I liked to learn, and art was my little niche special autistic hobby that eventually turned into a career. But one thing you learn in art class is, one of the experiments they have you do is seeing how right-brained you are. So instead of using your left brain if you're right-handed, take the hand that you're not dominant with. So say you're right-handed, use your left hand. Say you're left-handed, use your right hand. Take the hand that you're not dominant with, and you're going to take that hand and try to draw something with that hand. Now, it may not look the greatest, or it may not look the best, or you may surprise yourself and be like, holy shit, that's a lot better than my other hand. But my point is that we do that in art class, and we do that as a art thing because, well, one, you could sprain your wrist and then you have to use your non-dominant hand, and two, it gives you kind of a perspective of the things you're capable of, whether you think so or not. It also teaches you to adapt in case someone ever, like, cut off your right hand or left hand or whatever hand is your dominant. Excuse you. Excuse you. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Fine. But it may be a little bit slower. However, that doesn't mean it's the end of the world. You just have to trust the process. Yeah, trust the process. Stop being a dick. Okay? Stop being a dick. Ma'am, this is unbecoming of you. So I'm not left-handed. I'm ambidextrous, sure, but my dominant hand is not my left. However, I will occasionally switch it up and use my left to paint or draw or do things because sometimes it's interesting to see how my brain works. Sometimes it's interesting to kind of experiment. Excuse you. Ma'am, you have a lot to say. Could you not? But yeah, one of the class projects in art class they have you do as you're like practicing is 1, draw with your non-dominant hand. 2, draw with your non-dominant hand upside down. So looking at like a picture that's right side up, gonna flip it upside down and you're gonna draw the picture upside down to see if your brain can comprehend drawing upside down. Yeah. And another thing is that sometimes you draw with your dominant hand, draw a picture upside down to see if your brain can flip it upside down. I know that seems a bit like hell. If I remember correctly, my drawing I drew upside down was the devil sitting in a chair. I would fail that class. So, art class is to help people grasp the concept that is art. It's not all just drawing and painting and doing all that stuff. Because most art classes. Bitch, stop. Most art classes, you actually start out learning history and learning like actual stuff that happened in history with art. And you learn like the Sistine Chapel, the fact that the artist Michelangelo, who did the cherubs and naked babies on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, also painted a bunch of male phallics all over the Sistine Chapel in the disguise of like cherubs and very intimate scenes of the Roman Church now classifies it as close friendships and just close friendships. That's what they're going to call them. Very close friendships. And portraying different scenes from the Bible and biblical stuff as very, very homosexual. Because Michelangelo, being a famous artist, was also one of the first on record gay artists. Very much so. I mean, what artist that is straight is going to go around painting phallic members all over a church? Okay, what male artist is going to go around painting phallic members on a church if they're straight? Like, come on. Plus, Michelangelo had a very love-hate relationship with the Roman Church, Catholic Church. Basically, Michelangelo didn't like that the Catholic Church was very against homosexuality. Michelangelo, being a very, very well-renowned artist at the time, people wanted his art. They wanted it because he was very good at his job. They wanted his art, and it came down to it to the Catholic Church really wanted to obtain his art. So the Catholic Church basically threatened Michelangelo and said, listen, you can either create works of art that would be befitting for God in our establishment, or we can have you arrested for being homosexual. Because Catholic Church. Well, Michelangelo didn't want to be arrested for being homosexual at the time, but didn't want to be associated with the church. However, was willing to not be arrested and do the art for the church. Because, I mean, hey, do some art for a church, get out of jail free. Sounds like a win-win. But Michelangelo was kind of a salty as fuck kind of person. He's a little bit petty. Just a little bit petty. Tiny bit petty. So, Michelangelo decided, I'll paint for the Sistine Chapel. I'll paint this for the Roman Church, for the Catholic Church. I'll paint this. Sure. That's not a problem. But I'm going to paint dicks everywhere. And he did. He did. Eventually, the Catholic Church was like, oh, this is so beautiful. Whoa, wait, hold on. Oh, sorry, you commissioned me. You had me painting all this stuff. And that's already done. It's already done. Like, basically, he got done painting the Sistine Chapel, which took him a while because he was painting by hand and doing all the detail. And he got done painting it, and it was then, after he finished it, that the Catholic Church realized that he had hid dicks in all of his paintings. And they couldn't do anything about it because it was permanently put up into the Catholic Church. Permanently, historically, forever engraved into the Catholic Church through painting and permanent paint. Michelangelo's dicks will forever be recorded in history. Plus, if you didn't think the Statue of David was enough, come on. He was the guy that sculpted the Statue of David. That was a very interesting drawing. What is that supposed to... Oh my. I want you to draw that on my window in my bedroom, please. Yeah. Like, he went about it to where the art would look very innocent, but Come on, he made the statue of David. He literally sculpted out of marble and chiseled away out of marble a naked guy, completely naked. Like, I can't give visuals on the historical stuff, and I can't show examples for like art history purposes, or Twitch will nanner me because I can't show that kind of content even if it's art history related. This is a historically accurate sculpture of David. See, this is why we can't show Michelangelo on our art history lessons here on Twitch. Because apparently Michelangelo's art was not appropriate for Twitch. You learn something new every day. I'm over here clenching my right fist because I'm like, I'm feeling like I need to do this with my right hand, and my brain keeps trying to tell the synapses in my right hand, paint with the right. Oh wait, we're painting with the left. We're painting with the left. Gotta paint with the right hand. I can't. I'm using my left hand. We'll see how this ends up, but I'm doing this whole flower on the left side with my left hand. I may have been making a mistake. I may be making a mistake. It's okay. Some of the best things come from mistakes. I was a mistake, but I'm not the best thing. There we go. I'm seeing how well I can do with my left hand. Me looking at the statue of David. Very, interesting. Don't worry about it. This is very safe, so say so art. Don't take this down, Twitch. Twitch. What the hell are they showing? They labeled the stream as an art lesson. Yeah, but if we let this go, then they're gonna be able to let other stuff go really easily on stream. Yeah, you're right. We'll have to take it down. We're gonna have to give them a violation. Really? But they haven't had any other violations. I know, but sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You think they'll get mad? They might get a little mad. I'm trying my best to, like, do this, and I'm over here going, can I do this? Can I paint this? Maybe. Now, normally, sunflowers would be more of a yellow, but because the way that this light is for this, the light is hitting this to where the sunflowers are going to be more orange than yellow. So that's why you've got a lot of yellow, orange, and oranges. They think they will get mad. Nah, it'll be fine. We got more money than Seto Kaiba. Yeah, Twitch has a whole bunch of money, yet never pays enough for their frickin' streamers. We'll give them incentives. Incentives? Yeah. We'll make them want to be like affiliates. Affiliates? Is that going to pay them very well? Nah. They got to have all their followers subscribe in order to be able to get paid well enough. What if the followers don't subscribe? Well, then they ain't getting paid. Wait, but we're supposed to pay them. Oh, we will, through the subscribers that they have. Okay, but what if they decide to have like subscribers through like Amazon? I mean, because Amazon's partnered with us. Ah, that's a good point. You know what? If Amazon ends up paying for like a subscription, well then that's Amazon paying. That's not us paying, and they'll have to wait for a while before they can actually have any of that money either. But doesn't that mean that they'll get more mad? Nah, see, they're gonna work for it really hard, and they're gonna work their little butts off just to be able to try and make some money on Twitch. You feel this might be a little unfair to them? What are you? Are you siding with the commoners? You siding with the Twitch streamers? That you feel that they deserve to be paid enough for their streams? Come on, we're the corporation. We're the place that has to make sure that they listen to us and do what we say. It's for the general public's interest. Come on. We just have the best interest for the public in mind. But sir, this feels a little wrong. This feels a little like unfair. Do I hear that you are siding with them and that you refuse to do and follow in line with our Twitch guidelines? No, not at all. I feel that we might be doing something wrong. Nah, they'll get over it. They always do. Wait, this has happened before? Yeah, we once tried to put some guidelines in place to where they could be allowed to do some of that kind of content. Yeah, then we realized we made a mistake and we took it back and we took it away. And the streamers that got away with it for a little bit, well, we banned them. You mean you banned the streamers after you put the policy into effect for like adult content as long as it had the tags? You banned the streamers that did that? But it was according to your guidelines. Yeah, temporary guidelines. Took it down in about 3 hours. You didn't even have it up for a whole day? Oh no, you see, here's the thing. Once we passed those guidelines, we had so many Twitch guideline violations going on, and so many unverified under the age of 18 minors that were hopping into adult streams, that were watching people that were just streaming with like body paint on, and because we had lifted a nudity thing, and I mean, all hell kind of broke loose. So we had to get rid of the loose ends. Had to ban some people. That feels like we just kind of ended up doing that just so we could see who would break Twitch guidelines if we gave them a chance. Well, I'm not saying that it was an effective way to get those results, but we got results, and let's just say we're not having that problem anymore. You're mad. Oh, well, you think I'm mad, but truth is, you don't understand how it works here. You don't understand at all. We have to protect the Twitch policy guidelines. By harming the streamers? It's not harming the streamers if they just do what they're supposed to. But how are they supposed to know what they're supposed to do if we're not giving them clear guidelines? Seems like a thing that they'll have to read up on in the guideline policies. But does it not help if we're changing the guideline policies constantly? See, here's where me and you differ. You're taking a very in-depth approach to these guidelines and thinking that they're actually going to read through all of them and take the time to actually read through our policies? Do you know that a majority of these streamers out here aren't going to take the time to sit down and look through all these policies without second-guessing what they're going to be doing as a streamer? You understand if streamers out there decided they wanted to read through every single rule in this policy, they would find that there are a few flaws that we have that they just don't really pay attention to because they just want to get to the bottom, scroll all the way to the click agree and consent to streaming on our site. They don't even want to read through it. See, there's the difference between me and you. I know how the streamer's brain works, and you don't. See, we understand that no one wants to read the rules. That's why we make some bogus, off-the-wall, really intense, really very harsh guideline, because then they won't know if they've broken it, because they don't want to take the time to read it. So we'll put it in really fine print at the bottom of these rules, regulations, and policies, and they'll never see it because they'll just scroll to the bottom and click agree. That's diabolical. It's what everyone does. Do you ever take time to read through the click here to agree and read through the policies and agreements? Well, yeah, I do that. See, that's the difference between you and every other person out there. Nobody wants to take the time to actually read through that. And the people that do want to read through that go and put it on one of those text-to-speech apps so that they can get someone to read it for them. because no one wants to take the time to read. This is 2024. No one's going to read. But we have education systems. Education systems. Do you understand that nobody really teaches history anymore, and that basically teachers are glorified babysitters at this point because parents get mad if they get taught like actual history? You mean no one's being taught to read? Do you understand that hardly anyone is using a notebook to write down stuff anymore? They're all using computers. They're all taking notes on WhatsApp or whatever. They're taking little notepad on their keyboards kind of thing. Have them use an actual pencil to write down stuff? Ha! That's funny and that's laughable because they just want to use the computer for everything. You think they know how to use a composition notebook and write down on each line how things are supposed to be grammatically spelled and have a spelling test without using Grammarly or without using a autocorrect on their keyboard? Do you think they know how to use actual spelling without that? Well, I mean, we grew up with the spelling. We know how to spell without a keyboard and autocorrect. See, that's the difference between our generation and theirs. They're all technology based. We have the advantage. We didn't use technology for a majority of stuff. That's unfair. That's why can't we just educate them as like a big streaming thing? We should have people streaming how to educate. Nah. See, nobody wants to go for the educational streams. We need entertainment. We need something that grabs people's attention. We need gaming. We need art. We need people to be gaming and streaming the latest trend. And we will give them perks in game if they're streaming games. But then no one will stream things besides games. We'll just be known as a gaming site. Oh, see, now you're getting it. But that's not the point of Twitch. That's not your point of Twitch. Things that I feel would go on. Someone's trying to reason with them and bring up actual logic into the board meeting. Logic in this economy? No. I can just see it now after this stream, getting a notification from Twitch going, hey, so we don't need you expelling or exposing our secrets, and we'd really like if you didn't try to tell people what we're doing with the actual platform. I don't work for Twitch. No, but that was kind of very much scary how accurate you got with... We're gonna have to ask you to cease and desist. Cease and desist. But I didn't do anything. Twitch over there playing like evil villains with their mustaches and beards. Maybe. Okay, I've got like maybe 10 more petals on this one. I think I can get it with my left hand. We are trying. See, I've got my left hand work. Look at this left hand work on the flower here. This is why I don't use my left hand. I'm trying very hard, like, to do this. Oh, now she falls asleep instead of being a needy whore. Mean what? Attention whore. Okay, there's that. You gotta learn to use both hands. Well, I can write with my left hand. But that's only because I've sprained my wrist before. I've sprained both my wrists before, actually. Practiced piano too much and ended up spraining my left and right wrist. First it was my right wrist, and then, yeah. Like... Let me grab a thing and show you. So I'm gonna use blue ink on this. Alright. So I will write with my left hand and I'll show you. Not gonna be the best. But I've had to use my left hand in some circumstances because of like wrist sprains, falling and fracturing things. Just kind of what you have to do. Left hand. This is my left handwriting. What? Okay, versus my right handwriting. So if I do my okay, so this is the left. Okay, then with my right hand, there. I'm quicker with my right hand. So you got the left hand and the right hand. There you go. It's not perfect, but it can be done. What? It's called being ambidextrous. Which apparently is not common or something? Why the double bruh? What did I do? I've even drawn an octopus with my left hand before. Let me go find the freaking octopus I drew digitally. I mean, I have a whole thing where I did a frog. Left hand. My paintbrush! No! It didn't have any paint on it, but still, no! Okay, I got this. Okay, so let me see if I can grab this. I think it was 2023. It might have been in, I want to say September. Yeah, because my wrist ended up being sprained last September. So this is a drawing I did of left-handed and right-handed. I sent it via Discord. There you go. I'll be right back. Oh no. And like, yeah, it takes a bit more concentration for me able to use my left hand to do things. But I need lots of practice with the ABCs and stuff. Well, I mean, I've had quite a few years to be practicing with my left hand, but that's because, like, when I was a kid, I practiced piano a lot, and so I ended up spraining my wrist, so I had to learn how to use my left hand. Then when I got into, like, after school and stuff, I ended up spraining my wrists by falling and getting into a bike wreck and stuff. So I had to learn to use my left hand. Sometimes you gotta resort to using your left hand when it comes to, like, if you have issues with a sprain or fracture, or if you break something. Or there are times that I've been in the hospital a lot and I've had to sign things with the arm that the IV isn't in. And, well, they always go for the right arm to put an IV in, so I have to use my left hand to write and draw a majority of the time. It's always a go-to is the right arm. You can't just go for the left. But yeah, that's part of the art lessons that you get taught to do is, like, learn how to use your non-dominant hand, learn how to work with, like, circumstances that could happen and work with it. It's not always easy. And sometimes it's not always fun. It's all a part of growth and learning. It wasn't always that good. You have to train yourself. You have to practice. You can't walk into an amusement park and expect to be the best at tolerating the spin-a-whirl or whatever. It takes a lot of practice. You can't just hop on the roller coaster and go, I'm gonna be able to withstand the speed and be able to withstand everything that happens with this the entire time I'm riding this roller coaster. Because that's not how that works either. It takes building up a lot of tolerance and a lot of practice. Also, for me, it takes a lot of brain concentration to be able to do my left hand stuff, because this is not the normal hand that I'm used to using. There we go. Very much not my normal. But I can try to do it. And you never know if you can until you try. Doesn't help that I don't have glasses on for this. No one's perfect. Also, I can't really color inside the lines like this. I can try. It's just not going to be the best. idea. Doing a left-handed stuff. But yeah, fun fact, I'm ambidextrous. Not a lot of people realize that because I never really talk about it. I never really talk about being ambidextrous. With that practice, need to set up a plan while you practice, like with roller coasters or riding on a small plane. Gotta practice withstand the G-force from either of them. Drawing left hand will also require some practice. You told me about that one time. Yeah. But like, it's not something I just talk about all the time, though. So nobody really actually understands that I wasn't lying whenever I say I'm ambidextrous. Very much so, I am ambidextrous. It just may not be the prettiest. But yeah. This is the extent of my ambidexterity. I'm just over here laughing because nobody ever assumes the extent of my ambidexterity. They're just like, yeah, you said you were ambidextrous, but holy shit, I didn't realize you were ambidextrous. Yeah. This is generally what ambidextrous means. You don't just willy-nilly half-ass it. I am very much fully ambidextrous. I just don't ever really paint with my left hand. I'm over here having a blast because I'm over here surprising people. Skills. Do you have them? I don't know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Like a boss. And then that one's a green down there. So I gotta get a green going. But yeah. No one ever expects the ambidextrous inquisition. Just looking at both of those frog drawings, both of them are like, I wonder what right and left frog is up to. Probably nothing. No, it was just something I wanted to draw, and it was just something because I was really tired at the time and I was stressed out and I was just tired of my wrist not working. So originally I had done the left-handed frog first, and then I went back in when my wrist was healed, and I did the right-handed frog. I was just so frogging tired of like the whole situation of my wrist not working. It was just very, very frustrating to have to deal with like my wrists not cooperating. That's also part of why like taking breaks and making sure my wrist health is okay when streaming and stuff is important, because carpal tunnel issues can do a lot of damage to your wrists. You can't always guarantee that your wrists are going to be okay. And I'll probably switch back over to the right hand. Well, actually, I need to finish that sunflower, so we're not quite done with the left hand yet. I need to finish that part. So we're going to go ahead and go back in there and do the main floral event. Just steady lines. Ah, right, it'd be like there up top. Yeah, the up top part would be lighter. And then it'd be darker at the bottom. Yeah, for me, when I have to write a lot, my wrist hurts like someone massaged them the wrong way or something. And I can't do a thing for a few hours until it's healed. Yeah, for me, if my wrist gets sprained, it's more so I have to take a week to 2 weeks of just doing nothing with that wrist because of the extent of my carpal tunnel. I've had injections in my wrist before because of how bad my carpal tunnel is. The only other option I have is that if my wrists are not taken care of, I will have to endure surgery. And if I endure surgery, then I will have to relearn how to use my wrist entirely, altogether. I will have to relearn from scratch how to do everything I do now. Because I will have to relearn how to use my wrists. That's also why it's important for me to be ambidextrous in case I do actually have to go through that. Because that is going to be rough if I ever have to endure like surgical procedure on that. Yeah, it sucks. Like a lot of people that have wrist surgery will tell you that it's not a walk in the park, it's not fun, and it fucking sucks because you can't use your. So normally I can't use my wrist for like 1 to 2 weeks depending on how severely I injure them. But if I had surgery done, I wouldn't be able to use my wrists. I'd have to resort to using the non-dominant wrist. But basically, with my wrist situation, if I were to have surgery, it wouldn't just be 1 to 2 weeks of not doing anything with my wrist. It would be a whole like 1 to 3 months. Like months, not weeks. Not weeks, months of not using that wrist. So I would have to get used to doing like everything with the opposite hand. Fun time, right? I feel bad for not responding to Enderman at the beginning of the stream. I didn't see the messages because freaking Streamlabs. I set it up to where Streamlabs would show me my messages for the chat. Fuck, I just fucked up. But for some reason it wasn't notifying me or showing the messages. So I was just. This is why I keep my Twitch stream up in a tab. There we go. But if you have carpal tunnel issues, please take care of your wrists. Do not push your wrist to a point that you can't use them. Your wrists are your friends. Yeah, Streamlabs didn't notify me, and so it was like maybe the first 12 minutes into stream, I got messages from Enderman saying, hey, I just randomly hop in and like to be a butt and be random. And I'm like, I understand, but I was talking and talking and didn't realize that I had messages and thought no one was in my stream. And then couldn't even see that there were like messages. And so I felt like an asshole because I didn't see the messages. Streamlabs over there being a dick, and I'm over here like, hey, 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 I need to be able to see my messages. Why are you doing this? I'll just have to go into here. Try to paint this. Fish are friends, not food kind of energy. Yeah, kinda. I'll have to go back in and try and do that. Oh, you need to see them? Ah, you see, I do not like working properly. No reason at all. Yeah, not the best, Streamlabs. Really, how about you don't do that? There we go. There. I'll go back in with like all the line art when it's dried. And then we gotta paint the sides. This is gonna be really, really rough. Might end up making it look like a window frame. And I still have a whole bird to paint. I do this to myself. There we go. But yeah, Streamlabs being a butt. What? You mean actually doing things that benefit the stream? Never. Granted, people are like, why don't you just use OBS? Because I use OBS for other things. I just try to exist. Why does existing have to be hard? Is it hard? Fuck off. This here. Now, if I were intentionally saying things that get me in trouble, then I would clarify that and basically be like, now here's how you make an adult joke. But no. This is not the stream for those kind of things. This is not that kind of place. Why does this have to be so? Why do I do this myself? I pick the most difficult things to do painting wise. Oh, this will be simple. This will be easy. Said no one ever when doing a lighting practice. You have to try for realism. Fuck your realism. Too realistic. Set your expectations lower. You want me to do realism? Screw your realism. Can't do realism. Realism in my Minecraft server? Right? Because Minecraft isn't super realistic. I just haven't done painting in a while, so I thought I'd try and do some painting. at the same time, we'll add in that highlight. I've only spent like 4 hours on this painting. Almost there. One more sunflower to go. And a finch. We need to do the finch. Gotta get good golden finch color. But also you gotta try and shade that golden finch because you have the sunlight that's supposed to be coming in. I have to make sure that I've got the right coloration going on this because it's the shading and stuff for the finch. I'll have to get the black going. That is brown. That is not black. I don't have it over here, do I? Purple. That is not black. Umber. I think that one's got. There we go. I almost grabbed an unopened. Almost grabbed an unopened one. That would have been bad. Alright. Would probably help if I. Try and get some yellow on here. Alright. Now we can go through with this sunflower. This is the last sunflower, and then we can line it. Well, no, we still gotta do the edges. Then we can line it after we get the edges. Alright. Here we go. One last sunflower. Basically 4 hours of work for just the coloration. gonna have to try to get this as best as I can. I'd help if my apron thing wouldn't betray me. Gotta give yourself time, because you never know what it'll end up looking like. Sometimes you may surprise yourself. may surprise yourself. Just existing. I'm gonna go, okay. Enjoy your dinner. I was thinking it was a burnt umber that I needed. There we go. That was not the brightest idea here, but here we go. there's that. There are 4 people on the street? Okay. I just need to get the edges painted. Try to anyways. What color am I gonna do the edges? Can make it look like an old frame, probably. I'll try to. Don't know how well it's gonna go. So I feel like I should do. Probably not the best, but we're gonna try. Hopefully. Best way to deal with that, get a straight line. Take a deep breath in, then breathe out slowly. slight problem. Oh, this could be slight problematic behavior here. Chaos! Chaos everywhere! Oh gosh. Well, this is gonna be interesting. Aside from feeling like a bird cage is getting hanged down her chest. That's great. Side stitch. Not the best way either. Side stitch. Color again. I don't know if I can replicate that color though. There we go. Then I gotta do the sides. And make sure that these sides get dealt with. This is not easy. This is gonna be a bit complicated here. We're gonna have to try to get this. Yeah, I know. I'll let this dry for a little bit, which means we might do a food break before we go and line this. is normal. Jeez. Mystic. Trying to figure out how to navigate this. Navigate it. Carefully is what I'd say. Carefully navigate. Just ever so slightly carefully navigate this. Hopefully don't tip it. Just gonna trying to get the side. Well, my problem is oh fuck. Damn it. I touched it. Oh, of course I touched it. You dumbass. We touched it and it's still wet, so that's lovely. Ever so lovely, lovely, lovely. Touching a wet painting is a fantastic job. Go into here and try to readjust this. It's not the easiest thing to do too. But good news is we can go AFK for a little bit, which means I'll be back. I will be back. I just have to try to not move my painting, not move my chair, and go make myself some food. And then this should be dry by the time I get back. And then I can line it, and then it'll be done. back. For now. I just have to turn my camera back on. And deal with this. Oh man. Took a food break. Mostly because I had not done lunch yet. It is now almost like 5:30. So that's like 8 around 10:30, so 7 hours. It's not completely dry yet. Right. Here we go. Fun time. I just need to grab a yardstick and try to. This one's the medium tip. There it is. Now you might be asking, why do you need a yardstick? Because I can't draw a straight line to save my life. Some people can draw a straight line. I need the help of a computer program to draw a straight line sometimes, and sometimes you also need rulers, because drawing straight lines can be hard. Alright, let's try. These are paint ends. So that's the only reason why they look like markers, because they're paint pens. They're basically paint markers. So you use them sometimes when you need help with stuff like drawing a straight line. Oh jeez. Seems I did not get far enough down on that one. I just had that thing. Where the frick did it go? Alright, so it's gonna be for people that are just lurking, you could just, drop a follow or, make yourself known in the chat. Would definitely be advisable. I'm gonna have to go over here. There we go. I have to go back over that. if my body didn't snap, crack, pop like a Rice Krispie. That'd be much appreciated. And then whenever you're not using a marker, when we're not using the handy dandy ruler, well, it's our handy dandy ruler and paint marker. You got this, you got this, you got this. So close. You're almost there. There's that one. Okay. Then, oh, didn't go down enough. Okay. I can do this, I can do this, I can do this. Kind of, sort of. Have faith in yourself. Get luck, I just almost tore a cap off this marker. Faith in myself. Not as much faith as the American government. So, non-existent? There we go. We're going to have to go in with the fine tip marker because here's what you do with paint markers. You line stuff. Fun time. Starting now. You want to give some lining. This always ends up being kind of frustrating. I'm trying to be decent. Like I should have music going. But it's kind of hard too. Because then Twitch will be like, nerf ya. I feel like it's gonna rain. You just have a lot to say, don't you, Tom? trying to get this to work out. It's not easy. Sometimes it don't want to. It don't want to do what it's supposed to do. Case in point. Sometimes this doesn't want to do what it's supposed to do either. I really don't want to end up running out of paint marker because then I'll have to switch to actually lining it with the actual paintbrush, and that is going to be a little more difficult than this. I used to do that way though. I used to line my paintings with an actual like paint marker. Not paint marker, with a paintbrush. I used to line the paintings with just painting the lines via paintbrush till I found out and discovered about the paint markers. It's a lot easier to deal with doing it with a paint marker. Sometimes you grow and you learn. You grow and you learn. This is gonna take a bit. The line work always takes a bit to do when it comes to painting. Always do the line work last on your painting because it'll be a lot more clearer as to why you do that. Here in a bit. running out. I might be running out of marker. Paint marker. That's not good. Oh, that is not good. Yes, I need fine tip for quite a bit of stuff. I may have to settle for not fine tip, which I guess is fine, but it's just not what I'm wanting to do. I kind of need that fine tip. Ah, that is thunder. It is getting ready to rain. It's a bit confused at first. I'm like, wait, thunder? No way. Mostly cloudy, high of 93. Yeah, it's gonna rain. Definitely getting ready to storm. Let's try to get. No! You can't be running out of. No way! Seriously? There's no way. There can't be a way. Uh, I feel like it's raining. Or about to rain. I think the weather app might be a little behind on my desktop. I'm pretty sure it's raining and stormy outside. Expecting the weather app to update on my computer? The nerve of me. The absolute nerve. Right? And yeah, I got a little bit of paint earlier on my arm that I haven't cleaned off yet. Oh yeah, that's most definitely thunder. I think it's thundering outside.
Yes.
Is it supposed to storm? Or don't answer! Yep, it's starting to rain. Yep, it's starting to rain. Thanks, Salem. Oh, it is storming right now. Weather app did not update at all. Thanks, you jerk. This is why it's important. It's always these paintings, they take forever. Great, it's really storming. Oh yeah, it's storming. Fudge. Might lose stream. Try to work fast, I guess. I don't know how fast it can work, but I can sure try. I need to like put this on. There we go. make sure that I try to. Oh, that's lightning. That's lightning. Right. All I'm trying to do is make a happy little sunflower. No! Storms. All the storms. Of course, it leaves the dog in the room, and the dog is afraid of storms and loud thunder and big sounds. Oh, that is hail. Hail and thunder? Is a severe storm warning or something? Ouch. Oh yeah, it's storming. Not me over here panicking internally. Why would I panic? Why would I panic? The dog is freaking out. Be advisable to grab your dog. One moment. There. Now the dog is not confined to the room. There we go. Alright. Just find him. We're very close to being done. I could lean it to try and show you. Yeesh. Salem. BB. Hi. Up here. You're such a baby. You're such a baby. Hi, I know. The storms scare you because of the freaking tornado we had in May. I know, I know. I know, baby. I know. I'll give you cuddles after I finish this, okay? Shit. before the cat so rudely interrupted and opened my door. After I finish this painting completely, we're going to take a brief break from streaming. And then we're going to probably do Minecraft later, depending on the storm. Watch it tighten. There we go. And now we can finally sign this. Alright. There we go. Done. And this is why we go through the process of waiting till the last part to line it. And that is the finished painting. Anyways, till next time, I'm going to put up some stuff and rest my wrist for a bit. See you all next time. Feel free to follow for more content in the future. Okay. Bye. What? BK, what? This is why we wait till the last minute, like the last part, to line it. You do all the coloration stuff, which doesn't always look really good. Then you wait till it's like dry, then do the line work whenever it comes to painting. You wait. This is my second time painting sunflowers. And that's the one I did with my left hand. And this took like 5 hours to do. Anyways. I am not Leonardo da Vinci reincarnated. Also, Van Gogh's the one that did the sunflowers. But Van Gogh's also the one that did pointillism and a bunch of other stuff. But I am going to rest my wrist for a bit, maybe ice them. Might do Minecraft later, it depends. Right now it's storming and the cats are kind of well, Salem mostly, because it reminds them of the tornado. But I am going to end up ending this stream for now. I'll see you all next time. Feel free to follow for more content in the future. I don't do painting streams very often either. Bye.